Okay, welcome. Let's see. My light broke. I'm so fucking annoyed. It's gonna be a little bit dark in here today, but it is what it is. I went to turn my light on before the stream, and it just gave one flash, and it just went. Not tonight. I don't. I'm not working tonight. I was like, what? God damn it! But it is what it is, you know. So welcome all. Another production night. I think tonight is gonna be mostly sound design though. I'm just gonna put that out there. We're gonna continue on the track that we worked on before last week. So before the feedback stream. But I need to do sound design for it, I think. Because we have an intro and we now need drums and we need bass. So probably we'll have to do sound design. I hope you're doing good. Let's see if this is all set up. Should be. Should be. It's not that dark. I put another makeshift light on my desk, so we should be okay. How y'all been doing? Been thinking of using filter table on basis, but creating tables from Foley or Water sounds something weird. Sounds interesting. Sounds interesting. Yeah, so we have the project from before the feedback stream here. And I really haven't worked on it at all since that stream that we did this. I've been too busy doing stuff around the house and just cleaning and just, you know, other stuff. I've been working a lot, so not really had much time. But when I listened to it earlier today, I don't know what it is. Maybe it is because I've been listening to music that sounds like that, but it's also just I listened to this and I went like, the drums that I was adding, they're cool. The drum break that I added, it's cool, but it's maybe a bit too much. I would like this to be a bit more, I don't know, maybe quite textured. So maybe we'll have to do some drum sound design. Or maybe we can use this one and turn it into something else. Yo, what up, everyone? Welcome. Because I really like the vibe of this intro. And it kind of screams to me that it wants to be something quite textural. Which probably should continue into the basses and the drums as well. Maybe something quite syncopated for the drums, I don't know yet, but we'll see. Guess I should just play what we had. I did organize the the project earlier today because it was like, damn, this project is a mess. But yeah, let's see what we can turn into. I might be able to go into my folder of resampled sounds and see if we can find some cool stuff that we can put in this tune. That's probably gonna be the first thing we're gonna try out. And if that doesn't work, then I guess it's sound design. Cool. Right, so that's where we kind of left off. I do like these drums, but I think they can be different. I was messing with some stuff earlier, and I kind of liked what that sounded like, which was when I take these drums and I set the algorithm to beats instead of repitch, and then make them really short, so they're kind of just more like these really short sort of like bits of drums, I guess. I kind of liked what that was doing. I wish we could automate this, but we cannot. There is maybe a little thing where we can we automate it in here? Transient envelope, yeah, so we can automate it in here, but it's kind of annoying. Maybe I'll just resample these drums, this drum break, and put it into a sampler or something and chop it up so that we can use an envelope on it to kind of get some more interesting things going with it. Oh yeah, this is the thing that we ended up with last week. This cool effect that we created. Remember what we did with like I forgot what sample it was, but it was some kind of water sample, I believe, that we used. Yeah, some kind of watery sample thing. I don't know which one, but it's called the Docks. This one? It was something like that. Like some water kinda, it's this one. That was the sample we threw in here on this, what was it even, like a recording of some plucked instrument kind of thing? And I have some more bits here. And I just chucked the convolver on it and I was like, wait, what? That sounds so fucking cool. And I guess throwing different bits of it in here is gonna change a lot. Because right now we just have the sample that I made, which I think is somewhere here. Looks like it's that one. Yeah, it's like there's all kinds of cool stuff coming from it. And all these ones that we had here... Oh wait, it's this one. Yeah, it's that one. But we also have these other ones, so like different samples going through it will create like... slightly different things. Even the wind instrument kind of works. So I'll probably want to, you know, cut some bits up and put that in there, but I'm kind of wondering where to take the rest of the tune, you know? So let me just, for now, let me just bounce or freeze this one so we don't get a tail that is really long. It just stops when I want it to. let's take the drums out for now. And let's see if we can find some... See what we have in the folder of resampled stuff. Weird as fuck stuff. The hell? That's one weird sample. Some cool bits in it though. Long as hell, so there's probably plenty of stuff in here. It's in C though. We are in, I believe we were in D sharp, but could be wrong. Yeah, we're D sharp. These are like some cool bits that we can maybe use in between some more, I don't know, some more regular bass sounds. Chop it up. That's a pretty cool hit, actually. Okay, maybe we might be able to use this. Those are a little bit more usable, maybe. Yeah, these are just a result of like weird as fuck effects chains. Got too many of these, you know? I guess it started from that or something. Or this is a less crazy version, even though this one is also crazy as hell. Okay, well, that folder definitely has some cool bits. Jesus Christ. The hell was that? Then we have more stuff here. Sounds basically like almost the same sample. I don't know why I have multiple of those, but whatever. Yeah, totally. I see what you mean. That one is also kind of cool. It's just a bunch of hits that are, I guess, from an upright bass, resampled. Could definitely use those as like a stab kind of bass sound. That one is nasty. Let's think. Where are we gonna go? I also finally updated Serum. I kept not updating, but I was like, okay, for fuck's sake, I'll just update today. I also fixed the Ableton update notification at the bottom, which had also been showing for I think a month or something. I decided to finally update. Am I gonna make the kick or am I? Yeah, fuck it, we'll just make one. I feel like we want to have a kick right here as well. So I'd like to emphasize that section. And then we might be able to use that as the main kick as well. Let's just make one first. Not even touching Serum since forever. By the way, is that an oud loop? How do you even pronounce that? Because in Dutch, that would be called out. But I don't think that's how you pronounce it. O-U-D in Dutch would be out, which is basically the Dutch word for old. I've always been pronouncing it more as like oud or something, but it is a contact library actually. It's the I believe it's Native Instruments one. Yeah, the one from the Middle East Discovery series. However, it starts with an Arabic letter you guys cannot pronounce, so it's hard. Okay, I guess. Not to fine tune. Let's do that. Now we're gonna have to do some side chaining because this already has a lot of low end. But I kind of only want the low end to be gone, so guess we'll just grab this one. Then we'll open this up. And then let's just put an EQ3. Guess here. Oh, these are still... Well, don't mind these, they're not connected to anything. I guess I just took my sidechain that has two of these sidechain things in one, so I can do one for kick and snare. And I just removed the snare, so the macros are still there. But there we go. Then I guess we'll just do that. Let's map this one to a macro. And then we'll just copy this into another chain. Do that, so we have the high frequencies as well. And then here we can select that track. Okay. I actually think this is gonna be too low. So I think I'm gonna tune the kick to A sharp instead, which is the fifth. It's a little bit higher. It's a growl sound. What? How would I even hear that letter? It's the 18th letter of the Arabic alphabet, known for its unique deep guttural sound produced in the middle of the throat. Okay. Can I hear it? That would be nice. I mean, Dutch also has some weird tones that a lot of people, you know, non-Dutch speakers would often be like, "How the hell do you even do that?" And to me as a Dutch person, I'm like, whatever. Like in Dutch, you have the of course like the G sound, which doesn't sound like the G in English at all. Like in English, the G is kind of soft, right? You don't really pronounce it. It's there, but like what? Like take an English word with the letter G. Great. You know, you don't really pronounce the G that much. But then take a Dutch word with a G. Geweldig. It has two G's, one at the start and one at the end. And it's like, non-Dutch speakers are like, dude, what the fuck? How do I do that? Geweldig. To a non-Dutch person, usually they refer it as the sound of clearing your throat. I know that you have that in Arabic as well, or at least a similar sound. That's the key KH sound here. Right, so oh no, wait, I'm stupid. I was gonna say you, so you would say kilohertz instead of kilohertz. But no, that's not a KH. Yeah, like I've heard some Arabic, you know. There's like a good amount of people in Rotterdam that speak Arabic. So when I go to Rotterdam, you know, I will hear it in certain areas of the city, but I won't be able to understand the fucking thing. I'll hear like a shit ton of Arabic and like a shit ton of Turkish, basically. I don't think you want me to try. So what if we go to? Can we?
عين.
That's what it gives me in Arabic. Ein. I mean, that's not that hard. But I guess that's the the letter or whatever. What I just did. We're not here for Arabic classes. We're here to make some music. What did it say again?
عين.
Ein. You use the same area of your throat that English speakers aren't used to. I don't know. To me, it doesn't even sound that fucking hard. It sounds kind of German. Maybe, yeah. In a way. I guess it's gonna be a lot more difficult when we actually have it in like a sentence or something, you know? Then I'll probably butcher the hell out of it. Right, so here we definitely want some extra percussion to come in, but I want this drum break that we have here. I kind of like it, but at the same time I want it to be, I don't know, different than this. Like this is a bit much, this thing. Like the pattern is alright, but I want the drums to sound more, well, similar to what I did earlier, where we just really shorten these hits. And they become like these really short little bits, and I really like that. So let's see. Let's move these out of the way. These are just those breaks as well, but different patterns. The melody is Contact, yeah. What if you keep the drums Middle Eastern percussion but D&B pattern? I do think we wanna... Well, maybe I will have like layers of it in the drums. That could be a thing. That could be a thing. Right, so I'm not really using any of this stuff here. I am using this serum effects, but that's just a little convolution thing, so it's not that important. It's like... So like creating the sound of an old speaker. So that's not that important. Let's grab this drum loop. Which is actually really long. And it does have the hits already in here. Some of them are slightly off, but we can fix it easy because these are basically all on grids, so that's kind of useful. Just a couple of ones missing here and there, but that's not that big of a deal. Gonna chop this one up and see if we can use it though, because I do like it. Just need some work. I wish there was an easy way to do this, but I guess there is another hit there, but we'll just leave that out. Or do we keep it in? Doesn't really matter too much. Most of them are actually pretty correct. It's just that a couple of ones are a little early. Because it makes sense, because it does it on the zero crossing, but not all of these necessarily start on a zero crossing. Like, it starts right here on the grid line actually, but it's just trying to sort of like do it right at the zero crossing, which is fine, but we're almost there. And we'll chop it up, and then I can shorten them with an envelope. Plus, I would also be able to automate it. see if we can turn this into some cool percussion. That one is quite far off. Okay. So now let's slice this one to MIDI. It would result in 148 slices, but a MIDI... Fuck's sake. We'll just use the first half then. Why are you this stupid, Ableton? Why can I not just select this and then do slice to MIDI on only that section? Why do I have to... That's so fucking annoying. If we shorten it... That's so goddamn annoying. Now I have to fucking bounce this to audio as a shorter file. But then we have to go through it again to fix them. For fuck's sake. Oh. Why are you this stupid, Ableton? Come on. Let me just select it. Yeah, but like still, you know? Cool. Let's just bounce that. And then I guess we're gonna have to go through it again. Just to make sure that these are not early. Well, at least it's half the length of what we did just now, so we're gonna be fine. But damn it, that's annoying. It would be so much better if you could just select it and just say like, I want to slice just this selection to MIDI. Like, it shouldn't be that hard to implement that. Am I right? Like, you can do the whole fucking bounce and place thing on a selection, so why can I not do it on the slice to MIDI? But yeah, onset detection is always gonna mess up. It's looking for zero crossings, and that's all right, you know, that's understandable. But especially with like a break that has been processed like this, you know, it's like not all the hits start on the zero crossing. Some are overlapping a previous hit, and therefore the zero crossing is in a different place. You know, like right here. Like the sub of this kick is still sort of like playing, and it's layering with the, I guess that's a hat or something. And because of that, you know, the hat starts here, but it thinks it starts here because that's where the zero crossing is. But if I slice it, then, you know, that hat is always going to be late when I put it on the grid. So I do kind of, like, for instance, this one as well. Like, this, I think, might be a snare. Okay, it's a hat, but you get the point. Most of them are actually pretty alright. So we don't have to fix all of them, luckily. Okay, that's done. Let's now slice that to MIDI. Okay. Also, You were saying Middle Eastern percussion, but I don't think it's all Middle Eastern percussion actually, which is kind of cool. There's a whole bunch of I'm actually mixing some different parts of the world in that percussion part. Because I don't really care. Like I don't really care about it being realistic. I just like the vibe of what I was doing. But from what I remember, the contact thing that we had here, because the percussion is mostly written in MIDI, as you can see. That's a layer. I think that's Indian percussion. Yeah, it's from the India library. But it's kind of nice because this one has like a tuning. So you can change the root note and it will tune all the drum sounds in this library to that key, which is nice. And then I did layer it with some other stuff. That's just a bit of shaker. And then we layered it with this sort of like loop. And there's a very faint higher thing in there. And then I layered this underneath it, which is just the low end. But then combined, you know, it worked. Like there's a bit of sidechain on it now, but combined it started sounding pretty cool. Yeah, there's also this thing of course with like one percussion instrument being used in various parts of the world and they all have a slightly different name or a different name in the different parts of the world, but when you look at the instrument it's kind of the same thing, right? Like frame drums are used all over the fucking world, right? But there's like all kinds of different ones depending on where in the world you are, but they're basically all kind of like a frame drum, right? They might be slightly higher pitched or lower pitched, or they might use a different animal skin or whatever, but Serum 2.1.1 has new deep chopping feature with the school. Okay. I mean, I would assume it also kind of uses a very similar kind of approach for looking where the transients are in a sample. Right, so I did do a little frequency shift on it because I don't really care much about the kick in this break, but the snare I wanted it to be on D sharp, so I shifted it down. I don't think there's much else on it. Yeah, just a little EQ because the high end was a bit much. Just chuck that on here as well. And we're probably gonna get rid of the kick anyway. Maybe use like the top bit of the kick as a layer somewhere, but What can we add to it? Is it not useful to play with the range function in the vocoder to bring some high frequencies? You mean this one here? I mean, it's already... I have my default set all the way to 18K, so not really gonna do much. It's already at all the way at the top. Thing is, when you use the Foreman shift, so when we shift this down, for instance, it's going to get rid of some of it. Right now it doesn't, because I added this sort of like noise layer, but we were kind of losing high end as we shift it down, but I do like the sound of it a lot of times on drums. But to kind of fix that, we just add a little bit of the noise algorithm. And we will keep sort of like some noisy bits there, which is fine. What does it sound like without the serum? Right, so I do want to get rid of the low end in this break, because I want to be able to layer it with like just a regular kick, or at least, you know, just a kick that we made. So let's actually use that same trick though. I'm gonna grab another serum effects. I mean, we can also use this one, but I think this one is automated. Yeah. Let's just delete this automation. Let's put it all the way at the start. Or let's do it after the shifter. So this is just... actually keeps the low end quite a bit, actually. Should we automate that? Modulators. Let's do. Grab an LFO real quick. We'll probably have to change some stuff here for this to work, but... Oh, we can definitely do a soothe on there. Yeah, soothe can sometimes work pretty well on these kind of things. Somewhere probably at the end. Makes it a bit more noisy, but kind of cool in a way as well. I'll probably resample this break at the end as well to kind of use them as little percussion bits, because I don't know what the pattern wants to do yet. I guess kind of depends on what the drop is gonna do as well. Also, I need to piss, so one moment. I'll quickly run downstairs to take a piss. We'll just do that for now. But like these are like I'm almost getting from this percussion right now. I'm almost getting a bit of a Cohen sound kind of vibe with these kind of really short percussion kind of bits, which they use a lot. Like they do this a lot with like breaks that have been processed into these really like short, but in a way still sort of like I think it's hard to describe. It's like it's textural, but they're really short, and they'll use them as like basically layers in the drums. Like they won't use them for the main drums, for like the main kick and snare, but or sometimes maybe they do. I don't know. But they do. It does give me a little bit of that vibe, which might be good, honestly. But like I said, we'll probably end up doing some more sound design today because we need to figure out what we're gonna do after this. Maybe we just need to start making like a drop sketch or something and see if we can then somehow afterwards bridge that with what we have here. Because that's the thing, right? Like a build or like a section before the drop, it's really gonna depend on what the drop does, how this needs to transition from here into the drop, right? Like depending on what the culprit, yeah, that's another good example. Exactly. I actually found a really cool piece of music today, or yesterday evening, which has been released pretty recently, and it's fucking awesome. Um, what was the name again? I had heard of this person before. I just never really listened to their music, but there was this release recently. Ah, yeah, this one. Please don't play. Don't want you to play and claim my stream. But this one, really awesome piece of music. Can definitely recommend. This thing right here. By Stasis and Azali. Really cool piece of music. Not as maybe sort of like dance. Well, it's a bit more, I don't know, it's a bit more well, I guess it's in the same kind of field as like Cohen Sound and Culprit and that kind of stuff. But yeah, really cool listen. So can definitely recommend. It's kind of in the same sort of like field, maybe a little bit more. I don't know what the right word is. Bit more dreamy. Is that the right word? No. It's not as heavy though, but it's like it's definitely in the same sort of like direction. And yeah, I love that kind of stuff. Like I love myself a lot of stuff on Inspected, for instance. Or what is it? Is it Inspected? Yeah, I think it is. They do a lot of cool music releases, and yeah, I love that kind of stuff. But that was a pretty cool listen actually. I found it earlier this week. I think it was yesterday, and I was like, that sounds cool. Yeah, I'll be back in just a little moment. I need to piss. One more moment. Let's see. Get some cool sounds here. These are in D sharp, so chuck some here. Or we just make some stuff. That's also fine. Like, might be good to make something first and then spice it up with the samples that we have. I guess we're gonna have to do well, both drum design and bass design then for that. Move this all out of the way. We have space here. That kick will do for now. Oh, well, let me. Come on, stupid fucking tea container, whatever you call it. Making sound again. There we go. And we'll probably use bits of this as well. But then without the filter on it. And we can use bits of this as percussion. Let's just chuck it in here and see what happens. We'll just sidechain it. Get rid of this here. let's just group this. We can chuck some more stuff in here. Could also group it in a drum rack, maybe. Quite low, but... Or should we use... Should we use addictive drums? Yo, bad conduct. Let's see, we have a bit of a sample that we can use here. Let's see. I made some samples earlier, but I don't know where they are. I remember making a bass patch that had like a nice something. Maybe I saved it. Let's see. Processed. What is this? Just a sub. Let's think. What can we do? Yeah, let me get rid of that snare right now. And I'm also gonna get rid of the extra kicks here. Let's just do this for now. Let's sidechain that to the kick sample that we have, or kick that we made. Okay, that works. Let's grab an expression control. So that just triggers a different position in the sampler. Not sure if we can see it, but yeah, so every time it plays a note, it picks a different position in here. It's going alright. I'm just trying to, I don't know, figure something out for this one. For this tune. Now, it is a little bit of a long file, and I know that this is having some issues with... Well, I wonder if we can fix that. If we use... I have this Max for Live device called 1000% knob. Basically just gives you very fine control on a knob right here. And I wonder if we map the expression control to here, so it picks like... It basically has 1000 values on here, so it's a bit more like... It gives you more control than this one, I guess. Although this one can actually go in between values, you just don't see it. I'm not sure if it actually does that. But let's see, if we map this to here. It should still work, so... Let's just loop that for now. And depending on the sample we throw in there, we get different things. So I have a bunch more samples here. And we can just chuck one in here. And as long as they're in the same key, which these are in D sharp, so I can just reset this and then just set this to D sharp. Or E flat. Or we can take one of these really weird ones. Which will create hits that work and hits that don't work, but that's also fine. Could also, we set up a loop range. And then we link that so that it, see that this works. Now it's just going to be going from the same position again, but that is because we have to change this. We have to change the loop start. And then it will use the loop in here, so maybe back and forth. How use the modulation tab on Neurobase like that in Sampler? What? What do you mean? I think it's going to be best to just leave it at one-shot mode, because then it's just going to go through the sample. So we'll just do sample offset. Let's see, we have some more crazy samples, so... I mean, that's a pretty crazy sample. It's an E though, but if we just... I mean, it's going to be very similar, unless we turn the filter off. It's a good way to create like hits though. If you need like some cool bass hits, just take like a long file of like resampled bass and just chuck it in a sampler. Add a pitch envelope. And just make it pick a random position every time you trigger a note in the sample, and you'll get like all kinds of weird shit. Like if you throw that in there. What do you mean, bytes? Like, I'm definitely hearing bits in here that could work in a tune. Alright, let's turn the drums off for now because I just want to hear this thing. Okay, could get weird with that. Let's actually map both to the same LFO. And we'll just do that maybe. not too concerned about the pattern. We're just finding some cool sounds. Yo, Krala, welcome. This modulation tab stays obscure for me, but I know it is possible to make crazy thing plus envelope in the piano roll. No? You mean, which tab do you mean? You mean, this tab, which is called modulation? Or do you mean this one? Because this is just your MIDI sort of like assignment, so you just connect stuff to any of these destinations. So like for instance here, I'm adding the sample offset, which is just the start position in this sample, to the mod wheel. And then I'm using the expression control and the CC control to kind of give the mod wheel a random position every time we play a note. So that's why all of these will just pick a random position in the sample and sound different every time it's played. That's the only thing. I guess at this point it kind of feels like it starts here, so we'll just adjust it for now. Let's maybe chuck in a higher octave as well, why not? But it's a pretty good way to find like cool little fills or cool little things that, you know, would be pretty hard to find otherwise. You know, you can go through one of these samples or use the audio and like scrub through it to find like a cool section. But especially during this phase, I think this works pretty well. Just like setting it up so that it picks a random position every time. And then you just get different things every time it plays, so... You can just resample it as well, you can just let it record and then just pick the best parts. Seeing what happens if we throw different samples in there. Like, what if we throw that in there? Drums. Like, that one definitely worked pretty well. But let's see, let's what the hell? What was that? Okay. Like, they're especially good for like those resampled neuro kind of things. These are just single hits. That one has some weird high resonance in it that I don't like, so... I already hear where... Do you hear that high resonance? Like, I'm pretty sure that this uses the Ableton's roar distortion, and I really don't use it anymore these days because it does that. You know, as soon as you use the bias, it adds that weird high resonance, and I really hate it. Okay, so let's just duplicate this. Try a couple more samples. This one is in C. It's kind of low, but shouldn't really matter. Don't mind, I talk without knowing. This modulation tab left to the MIDI CC tab are just LFO and envelope. Yeah. This is just... I mean, the aux thing is kinda odd, but it's kind of basically just like an envelope. I guess. But you can do some weird shit with it. I never really use these that much, though. Yeah, so like you can also use the envelope on the sample offset, for instance, which is the start position in the sample. You can do like some really weird stuff. Plus, this thing also has like some loop modes, so it's not just a regular envelope. It has like loop modes, and you can set it up pretty weirdly because you can change. See, you have like this, and then you've got your attack time, your decay time, but you can also change the peak of it, and these are also all automatable, so like you can map this to modulators, and yeah, you can do some really weird shit with this one. Like you can loop it at like different beats or whatever, so it will loop this shape every one, so like every beat, for instance. So it does a lot more than just a regular envelope, but in I guess in basic terms, yeah, it is an envelope. That's kind of what it does. And these are just LFOs. What the hell was that sound? we Guess we can. If we set this to, what is it? Bar. Yo, Butney. I guess we need to make some drums, because we're just mindlessly moving these things around now. But we kind of need a drum groove. Cake needs a bit of an extra high-end thing as well. Not this, but I think that might work nicely on top here. I mean, I do a lot as well, don't get me wrong. Like a lot of the samples in here, like a lot of these are all made in Serum. Like just a lot of drum sounds that I made in Serum, so I do a lot of that as well, but not always. Like even that. Like the really dirty ass fucking kick is also made in Serum. I need to make another pack on Patreon, so I guess I'll start using some of those samples. I just don't want to put them all up at once, you know, that would be stupid. There's so many that I probably should just, you know, make a few packs and then release those one by one, so I'll have like content for the Patreon for the next couple of months, basically. Like, I could just release it all at once, but then, you know, sure, you guys don't mind. I know, you guys don't mind, but it would be smarter for me to just release, like, packs of it, basically. And have, like, a whole bunch of stuff to release. Addictive drums, yeah, we could use addictive drums maybe on the kick. Like a layer of it. In fact, we might just be able to use addictive drums in general. Just slide them to me. Yeah. I've drank so much tea already today, I fucking need to piss again. But it is what it is. I'll be able to go on for a little bit more. Why is it sounding slightly different every time? Random is off here. Not that big of a deal, but... The kick that we made in Serum in general needs a bit of work. Not just compression. I mean, I hardly use compressors, actually. Ah, only the first one sounds different. Why is that? I actually prefer the first one in this case. Why does that first one sound different, though? Different velocity? No. Same velocity. That's weird. Why would it be doing that? It's somehow picking a different sample from Addictive Drums on the first hit here. Like, it sounds basically the same if we play it in solo, but if we layer it with the kick that we had, you can clearly hear that they sound different. Yeah, I hardly use compressors, really. A lot of times I'll just use transient shapers and saturation instead, you know? I mean, both are okay, but... This one does the same thing. Interesting. So I would assume that this is then different velocity or something. Set to 100. That is also set to 100. And inside Addictive Drums it's also... This is turned on so it doesn't switch to different samples, but it somehow still does. Really weird. Phase is on 90 in the Serum kick. That shouldn't make a difference. It's actually set to 180, but that shouldn't make a difference because the random phase is down, so it should be the same every single time. But for some reason it's not. Don't know why, doesn't matter. kind of weird. Don't know why it would do that. That's the weird thing. We'll just resample that kick later and then pick the best ones. Yeah, so I will need to piss now because my bladder is complaining. One moment. I'm out of tea though, so should be good after that. I'll let you guys listen to this for a moment and feel free to give me some ideas in the chat. Yeah, okay, that still works. Guess I'll just turn this track on here so that that is still there. All good. Yeah, I really need to, otherwise things are gonna get messy in here, you know? I don't want to piss my pants. I'll be back in just a little moment. Right. Yeah, I also love the vibe of this. That's the thing. I love the vibe of this. I just need to figure out what to do after it, you know? That's where we are at now. Ooh, that could also be a cool pattern. Yeah, well, we had some drums first, but I kind of want something different, you know? So that's where we're at now. I think we're just gonna make some drums now. See if we can make some better drums than what we have right now. Then bass can come after that. But it's kind of hard to make just bass when we don't have any drums. Like, I've got plenty of cool bass bits here that we can use. Like here we got a lot of things that we can use in this. But we kind of need some nice drums, you know? Also, can I... if we remove this MIDI, then we set the input to the kick track. Free effects. That is receiving MIDI. And then we just chuck pitch device in front of here to shift it down 2 octaves. There we go. That's a little bit easier to work with because then I have one track to change. And then we have the velocity here, so we can just change the velocity of the kick in Addictive Drums. For some reason it doesn't always trigger the kick. It's so weird. Like, why is it not triggering the kick now, suddenly? Now it is. Weird as fuck. Oh wait, because this is... maybe we need to set it to in. Yeah, then it works. Okay, cool. We need like some bit of hats though. Let's just add a little bit of hats in here. Just grab an Addictive Drums for that. Just so we have something. No, it's all fine, it's all fine. You can yap. Something not too big. Or something not too... Well, I don't know how to describe it. Let's just... chuck this in here. Wait, we had this thing here that we can maybe use. Rearrange this, see if we can. I don't like so like, we're now kind of getting a half time thing, which I don't like. I want it to be that. And this can probably go there. Do that for now. The snare is absolute shit right now. That's what we really need to work on. Well, we are working on a tune, but we're also doing sound design right now for it, basically. Oh wow, I tuned it correctly by ear. Oh wait, I grouped the wrong thing. My bad. Also, my Ableton is getting slow. I think it's because we have those long resampled files in here. But yeah, this trick with Convolver is absolutely amazing. It's so good. I mean, it's a lot of trial and error though, but like, let's say that's also why I grouped it, because now we can also take a frequency shifter and say, let's say I do like sort of like the length of it and what it's doing. I can change the pitch by using a frequency shifter, but only from this layer, so not the main snare, but just that sort of like layer. Chuck another one in there. We have more of a range. It's such a weird thing to do, but it kind of works. It's such a weird way to make drums, but just have to make sure that we're not getting any low end from the frequency shifting, but it works pretty well though. Like, it makes a rather boring sounding snare drum into something much more interesting. And then if we change the sample, it's gonna sound different again. Not sure which this one is. I wish we could... Yeah, that's annoying. I wish it didn't scale the text. It would just make the plugin bigger. That would be nice, but not scale the text so that I could actually see the full title here. That would be nice, because I have no clue which one it is that I thrown in here. That's a bit annoying, but... And it also works for kicks, actually. Like if you want to make a kick sound slightly different, you can do the same thing. Like, we already have the addictive drums layer, but let's say we want to make this kick more interesting, we can also do the same kind of trick. Grab the convolution. It's a little bit weird on kicks, honestly. It doesn't always work, but if we just find... Do we have something? Kicks. Okay, let's say that. We can just chuck that in here, and now it will apply that to the kick, so... it does tend to sound kind of weird, but when you just mix it in ever so slightly and then play with the stretch again. So you get like a bit of a dirtier sounding kick, which is nice. And you can just use that to make a very synthesized kick, just ever so slightly different, you know? Where it's not just like your completely clean kick, but instead it has like some extra dirt to it. And it actually works pretty well. Only thing, when you change this position, you can see it as well. Like on the right side of that range, you can see the length. And you can see if we move it to the right, it also increases the length. So I don't know why that happens, but I think what Convolver does is it sort of like kind of does a weird sort of like thing where the first section of the sample or it squishes the impulse response or something. I don't know what it's doing, but like picking this area here is not the same length as this area here, even though the range is the exact same size. So it's like this first area here, it sort of like corresponds to a much shorter time than when we put it here. So you do have to sort of like mess with this quite a bit, but it can work really well. I actually don't mind what it sounds like on this kick. What happens if we chuck it on the group so it's also applying it to the addictive drums layer? Then we chuck it right here. See how much of a difference it actually makes? It's kind of interesting. Like that's pretty clean still, but then with it, it just becomes a little dirty, which is nice. I'm just not sure yet about that snare. And that's also fun because you can hear, we can pick different samples now, but it still applies that same sort of like tone to it. So we could literally just chuck a whole bunch of snare drum samples in here and just find a good sounding one that works. Just chuck a whole bunch in here. Yeah, come on. There we go. Kind of like this one. It lacks a bit of high end, but and I want to see if we change the pitch of that layer. This one's still... there, but... Ah, okay, so that really... this utility is the same as just bringing this down ever so slightly more. We got drums in here. I mean, pretty crazy drums, but hey, you never know. Sidechain it. Bit too crazy. Let's see. That's the drum break that we had, actually. It's a bit of a weird pattern, though. Yeah. Weird drums, but kind of works. See if we change the pattern. And Weird pattern. Or pattern is alright. Pattern is pretty basic, but weird drums. It's gonna be different every time it plays, but Weird pattern. But I kinda like it. Turn you off. That was a weird sound. I love using this technique where you just take like a sample and just like a long resampled file and just use like a random start position every time it plays a note, because you get all these weird things that you would have probably never come up with otherwise. And you just have to, you know, at some point just resample it and let it run for a bunch of times, and you have like a whole bunch of variations of the same rhythm, but with like different sounds. Like if we just play this. Also, I might want to make sure that this has just a maybe 1 millisecond of attack time, because it's always, well, because it's also not going to you know, cut it exactly at the 0 crossing. It just picks a random position in the sample, and it might just get a click if we do that. But it definitely creates some cool sounds. So let's just find some more samples that kind of work. Because I have so many of these where I just took like, well, basically just made like a whole long resampled file. And don't even think I have all of them labeled. So let's see. That's brass. That's a pretty weird bass, but like that little thing at the end there that we just got was pretty cool. Okay. That is in which key? Doesn't say. Oh. I've been stupid with this one. I didn't label it properly. It says FM, but I think that's more because of frequency modulation and not the key F minor. But even just like a regular, sort of like not even that crazy of a bass resample thing would still work pretty well. Might want to be careful if you take something with pitch bends though, because it will do some weird shit, but might also be pretty cool. Like, you actually do get some interesting things, even though there's pitch bends in the sample that I've thrown in here. Got some really crazy ones as well here, so... Like, at that point, it's just completely destroyed. That's completely destroyed. What the hell? I love this weird shit that this one creates. It creates such a weird sound effect every time. Like, not every time, but this one creates some weird liquidish kind of almost wet sounding bass things. Which makes sense because I think the sample also sounds like that, but... show in browser. That's the sample. Don't even know how I made it, honestly. Some really weird shit. Yeah, exactly. So, this is set to change the sample offset with the mod wheel. Then we have the CC control, which is basically moving the mod wheel. This thing is connected to the mod wheel here because this gives me a finer range. This is just like a Max for Live device, and it basically just gives you an even finer range because this knob, it kind of goes from, what is it, 0 to 128, right? And yes, you can sort of like get different positions in between, but I'm not sure if the expression control actually goes to like different positions in between the values. So just to make sure I'm using this device, which is not really needed, but might actually not even do a difference, I don't know, but this one has like an basically 1000%, so you have like basically 1000 positions along this knob that it can choose from, that it can land on, and it might actually not, like I said, it might actually pick positions in between, let's say 98 and 99 on this, but I'm not entirely sure, and it's kind of hard to figure out if it does it or not. So to get more variety, I'm just putting that in here, and that is then being controlled by this expression control, but you can kind of forget about this one. Like, that one is not important. But basically, basic idea is that sample offset is being controlled by the mod wheel, and the expression control moves the mod wheel randomly every time a note is triggered. That's basically the thing. And then we just take like some resampled bass stuff, like long files, and just chuck that in there, and just let it pick some random things and see what it comes up with. Now I'm actually kind of wondering what happens if we chuck this pattern on here. So weird. Wait, didn't I also have some ones on Patreon? But it's a good way to use those long files and find like interesting bits out of it, you know? Sure. Some resampled cello. Weird resampled files. I love resampling like string instruments, man. It sounds so fucking cool. Like taking like this. I don't even know what this started as. Definitely some string instrument, but like some completely glitched up string instrument or something. Probably running through granular plugins. Creating like all kinds of weird things. Okay, that one is fucking cool. There's also a bunch of silence in this file, so it doesn't always make sound, but... Oh wait, these might be what those resampled strings started off as. Yeah, just stuff like that. Probably. And then just chucking that into a granular plugin and probably moving the position inside of the granular plugin around to get like all these weird things. That one is a bit more usable. Like it actually has a decent sort of like sub. Yeah, exactly. And like you can definitely like combine this with, I guess, just like for instance, this one is a bit more simple, but that does give like a good sort of like foundation of sub, right? And then you sprinkle in some of those weird ones and you get some pretty weird ass fucking shit. Like if we, I don't know, maybe chuck that here so that it just sprinkles a couple more of those in. Just do that. Or, I don't know. Why is that not aligning? Because it's not aligned. There we go. good luck creating that from scratch in a synth, you know? That's the thing. And yeah, you can keep resampling it, exactly. Like, you can resample this again. If you want, you know? It's a pretty cool way to sort of find interesting sounds. It's just that making them work in a tune is another thing. That's a whole another thing, but it's definitely interesting. And using something with pitch bends can be pretty interesting as well. Don't want to lose that one, but we chuck this one in here, for instance, has like some pitch bends in it. You will get like some pretty weird movement happening, because this is also now running through a pitch envelope again, so... Which also results in things that are not in the scale, but that's fine. Especially when it comes to bass, you know. And I guess if we set this to glide, we can also do... What the fuck? Does this have a longer release? It does. Okay, let's make that shorter. It's the weirdest fucking sound. Yeah, exactly. They'll definitely work for fills and such. I'm not sure if today we're actually gonna figure something out. I don't think we will. So it's 1 AM already, but it's fun. Wait a sec. It created something pretty interesting just now. also create some unusable stuff, but we have a copy. I guess we can just do that so that we don't lose that. I don't know where the kick is, but should be, yeah, right there. Okay. What if we just chuck a head right on all of these kicks? Such a weird thing. We can also turn these into more like a step sound by just having a filter and just an envelope so that it closes down. Now every time it plays, it will create a bit of a plucky slash stabby kind of bass sound, which can also work pretty well, you know? You don't have to just use the sample, you can also just go and I guess you can go absolutely crazy. Like we can use like more random modulators, for instance, and map those to things, right? We can say maybe map them to the pitch envelope, for instance. Like if we grab random map, chuck it on the pitch envelope. It becomes a bit much, but you get what I mean, right? You get like more randomization. So every time we assign it to things, we will get more different results. So it's just like you can then afterwards just resample the hell out of it and you have all kinds of sounds. That would be so, like, I guess you could come close with just using synthesis, but you're gonna have to spend a lot of time to get sounds that are kind of textured and stuff without or like doing it in like just synthesize kind of way, right? It's gonna be so much more difficult. Plus, you don't get the happy accidents as much as you get with this kind of stuff. It's actually kind of interesting with or what happens if we use this thing? Oh, we're using it on that one. Let's go to this one. That's also why I didn't notice too much of a difference with moving this. So you could, for instance, have like a random LFO moving this around, so that you get like more pluckier ones and ones that are more open, that have the filter open for longer, so you get more mid-range, versus those really short, plucky bits. Like if we assign the random to that. Some of these weird things now. Okay, so what happens if we turn this thing on? Probably not gonna work, but because this is not always in the same page. It actually works surprisingly well. Automate that for like weird FM kind of basis, but yeah, I'm gonna quit for today though, because I'm fucking tired and I'm not really getting anywhere. Other than we have set up a whole thing that I can just resample the hell out of and put different sounds in, so that's always good. I'll be back again next week, and we'll probably I hope I have more time this week so I can actually work on this off stream and then get to a point where maybe next week we have a bit of an idea, because then it's a little bit easier to work on it. Like if there's like no idea yet and like you're kind of at the point where you have to find something that works, that's usually a bit more annoying. Whereas if you have an idea that you just need to work out further, then that is usually a lot easier, because you just have to, you know, work with what you have and sort of like improve it. So I hope next week I have something more. That would be nice. Thank you for today. Thank you, Krala. Also, I was just a little bit tired today anyway, so that also doesn't help. I've just been super busy the last week, so it is what it is. Anyways, thanks for being here. I'll be in the Discord though, so if you have any questions about this kind of stuff, or you wanna, I don't know, share some of your own techniques, come to the Discord. I'll drop the link in the chat. Can work well if find some drum groove that goes around in and out basses, kinda. Great sentence, yeah. No, exactly. I understood what you meant. I think. Yeah, it's exactly. It's like, it's also just a cool way to do like resampling, you know? Like, sure, you can set up a patch and just move stuff at random, or move knobs around, or automate them and then resample that, right? But taking that resampled file and then putting that into a sampler, triggering random positions in sort of like a rhythm, you can come up with these really cool sort of like combinations of things out of that sample, or if you combine multiple samples that you've resampled, and then I guess you can just make something out of it that is more rhythmic, but in a way that it might actually work. You know, you might actually get some things that are usable, because like, as much as like I love resampling long things, a lot of them will end up being pretty annoying to use, if I'm honest. Like, you'll just have like all these really long files where it's just like, now what? Like, within there might be some cool sounds. Okay, this one is not the best example because it has that weird resonance. It comes from the roar distortion, which is also why I don't use it anymore, but you get my point, right? And by letting sampler basically figuring out some stuff, it kind of works, you know? Try to type with the least letters, but the tiredness is showing. I mean, you're not the only one. I'm not too energetic at the moment, so like, it's just a different way of just taking this as audio, I guess, you know? Like, sure, we can grab the audio of something like this, which is another way of how you can use something like this, and then just find bits and pieces that work and rearrange them, you know? That works fine too. But I find you'll be less, how do you say that? You'll come across happy accidents less when you do it this way, where you just chop up audio. You'll still come across bits that you know, make you go like, oh wow, that's kind of cool. But when you let like a sampler just do it at random every time you trigger a note, like, you're not thinking about what sounds cool or what works or what doesn't work. Like, if I'm gonna listen to this sample, you know, I'll just be like, oh, that high bit worked, you know? That's a cool sound, and I'll cut it out, and I'll move it aside, right? And I'll go through a file finding some more cool bits that I think I like. But then you don't come across those instances where, let's say, it combines that with that. I don't know, you know, just random things, right? And you can sometimes you'll just have like different things come out of it when you let like a sampler do it at random, and then you'll get across these things where you're like, what the fuck, that sounded really cool. What happened there? Always also a good thing to do would, I guess, be you know, have a rolling sampler running, which I do, but I haven't really used it today. But have something like this rolling so that when you hear like something really cool happening, you can just immediately grab it. That's also good to do. So that you don't have to resample the whole thing again, which, I mean, is not necessarily a bad thing either. Like, I would just literally just let this play a whole bunch of times and just resample it again. Because I know it creates some cool stuff, you know? It's just like, not everything it creates will be usable. But if I play this, there's some cool bits happening, you know, that I might be able to use. Yeah, rolling sampler is amazing. I mean, there is a feature like that in Minimeters these days. I just never use it. Yeah, so Minimeters also has like something like this right now. I don't know how this would work though. Show 10-second clip button. Where is it then? I guess you need to also show the toolbar for that to show up. Oh, there's an update. I probably should update. Ah, yeah, so you have this thing, but I don't like having this whole bar open every time I hover over Minimeters, so I like to just do this. So it looks a lot cleaner. So I guess Minimeters has a very similar thing now as well, where it just records in the background and you can just grab like the last 10 or the last 60 seconds, depending on what thing you turn on. Like it has this show 10-second clip button, show 60-second clip button, and then you can just do the same thing. So if we, I guess if I do copy last 10 seconds, we should now be able to paste that in here. Yeah. So it has a similar thing, but it's a bit more annoying to work with, I find. I find rolling samplers so easy to work with, because you can just literally just select a little piece. You can stop the playback. We can listen to this by holding Alt and clicking. So it's just a bit more usable in a sense. But like if you don't have rolling sampler and you do have Minimeters, then I guess you already got something similar that can do it. And again, like rolling sampler is not needed, you know, it's just a tool that does make things a little bit easier sometimes. Especially when you're not recording, like if I'm not resampling this and something happens that sounded really fucking awesome. Because the one thing with this technique of like having something, you know, this random kind of stuff, like it might create something that I really liked and I wasn't recording, but the chance that it will recreate the same thing another time is so fucking small that you would probably have to sit there waiting for hours or even days for that same sound to happen again, you know? Especially like the longer the file gets, the more different options it has to pick from. So, yeah, sometimes you'll just miss something, right? And then it's always nice to have something like a rolling sampler just recording in the background, so you can always just grab something out of here. Anyways, thanks for being here. I'll be back next week. I need to quit now because my bladder is ready to burst, and yeah, you know the deal. Anyways, I'll see if I can work some more on it this week, and figure out some stuff, because that would probably make next week's stream a little bit better. Still had some fun today though. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, I'll be in the Discord. You can support me on Patreon. I'll see if I can gather some drum samples for Patreon. If I don't forget though, that's the other thing. Usually by the time I'll go back to work, I'll forget about it, and then before I know it, the work week is done and it's time for another stream. So might not happen this week, but we'll see. I do have another work week coming up, so yeah, we'll see. Thanks. I'll see y'all in the next one. Peace.